Does anyone have Hey Aaron, how are ya? Can you hear me alright? Ooh, I feel like that might be a little loud. Let me know if it's too loud. I actually think now that I'm looking at it, I think whatchamacallit just popped off. The little foam piece that goes at the little foam piece that goes on top. It's been so long since I've actually streamed. But how are ya? Here it is. You have no hair? Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, I shaved it. Wait, did you not know yet? I could have swore. Maybe I just hallucinated seeing you after I buzzed my head. Yeah, I was like bald actually. Like, this is a month of growth. Yeah, this is a month of growing my hair out. No, you knew? Okay. I was all like... Yeah. No, I know, right? I like it a lot, actually. At first, I wasn't crazy, but I'm really enjoying it now. Especially now that's grown out more. I don't know. I'm also, like, kind of thinking of starting to dress more androgynously as well.
Ooh.
Ooh. Thank you for redeeming that, actually. Because that tells me that the alerts are working. I wasn't entirely sure if they were gonna work since it's been... Jesus, how long has it been? Has it been like... That was awesome? It was awesome. How long has it been? You've never used it before? Oh my gosh. Dude, I have like... I need to add more. Like... I bet when you redeemed it, you were expecting it to be the high-pitched one, right? That's what I was expecting when I added it. You just collect points? Yeah. Oh. Well, yes. Yeah, that's why I added that one. It's a misdirection, For a little bit of context of what I'm doing right now, for my motion design class, I have to make a storyboard of, like, the final project, and I'm gonna be completely frank, I don't really understand what the project is supposed to be. Like, they said it's a self-portrait, but I don't know if that means I had to do myself.
Oh, well?
Hey, hey, Ted. That one startled me a bit. That's the high-pitched one, and I'm used to the OWOs being the deeper one, which is why I have them as those ones, because then it's like a misdirection. How are you, Ted? Also, how are you, Aaron? It's been a while. What happened? I'm like debating on if it's something I can say. Hold on, let me... There we go. Okay. I got really behind in my classes, and I was streaming for a bit, and then, as you know, I started dating a guy, and even though they were supportive of me streaming, even though they were supportive of that, yeah, that one, it took up a lot of time, so I just couldn't really, I didn't have the time to stream, and then after I broke up with him, I was so behind in schoolwork, I only just got caught up last week, so kind of a shitty situation, but, you know, shit happens. That's so fair. I've been wanting to stream. It is so much easier to... Oh my gosh, Aaron. Did you see the R.E.P.O update? Have you seen the R.E.P.O update? I really want to play it. You played it? I haven't played it yet, but I really want to. How was it? How was it? If you're looking for people to stream with, you know, I'm down. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Because I haven't played quite a bit. Oh, actually, I gotta remember. Okay. I should explain what I'm trying to do for this storyboard, because I forgot. Peak updated? I saw that it updated. I haven't played on it since last time I streamed it, so I haven't played on it in months. But crazy. I need to get on it. I need to. Now I actually finally have some free time. Of course, I'm literally doing my homework on stream, but I'm like, at this point now that I'm not rushing, I can actually do some stuff on stream. At least the ones that fit with that, like storyboarding or what I'm going to be doing after I get the storyboard, because the storyboard shouldn't take long. After that, I have to basically combine a tree with some castles. Also, apologies for the flashbang, because these are very fucking bright. But I have to, yeah, I have to pick a tree. And I'm going to be real, I'm not really thinking of, I'm not the biggest fan of this one. And I know it looks awesome, but this one's not my own design, you know? This one was off on the side, on the, I didn't trace it, but it was, I did have the picture pulled up when I drew this one, so I'm all like, I don't want to use that one, you know? But I'm like, one of these ones I'm kind of thinking of. I have to, oh, I misread. I misread your message. The no, it's okay, flash me. I read that as it's okay, no flash. Oh, but for the project, I have to make a animation where basically it could be multimedia, and it just kind of has to represent me. And I'm like, I kind of want to. It's supposed to be a self-portrait, but I want to experiment, you know, with some medias I haven't done before. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna like have live action, go into stop motion, go into like proper animation, you know, have it have like a chibi version, have it be like, I don't know. But that's kind of what the storyboard I'm gonna try to do. It's just finding an order, you know? But it's also like, how do you storyboard that? Because it's going to be like kind of the same position. At least that's what I was thinking. But I'm not entirely sure, you know? An alternative idea I had, though, was, which would be a lot more difficult, but if I'm able to get it done, it'd be pretty cool. Is if I have the alternate like styles all together, you know, kind of like walking around each other. I don't know. But yeah, we gotta play R.E.P.O together, man. It's been too long. Oh, excuse me. Oh my gosh. Also, speaking about my ex, they have all my hoodies. This is like the only hoodie I have left. Also, so sorry. So sorry. You're distracted. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, he has all my hoodies. And I didn't know it until like I went on Instagram and like checked one of my messages, you know, because I haven't actually looked at the messages that people have sent me. And I saw, because, you know, I haven't blocked him. He blocked me instead. But his profile picture was like still there. But the thing is that it's a new profile picture wearing my limited edition hoodie that I've been looking for. I'm like, bro, that's where it's been? I don't know. I messaged him to see if I can get it back, but he hasn't responded, and realistically, I doubt he will. But I'm kind of peeved. I think... Ooh! What might be a cool alternate idea? Instead of just going into, like, straight up, like, switching between them, a better way I can do it is start off with just regular, then go in with, like, I don't know, maybe some stop motion or, like, regular animation, and have the base shape, you know, but then have it, like, grow horns. And that could be either animated or it could be stop motion. I mean, they're both animated, but you know what I mean. And then I'm thinking, as it grows horns, it could then melt. Because I have, like, you know, I have my body issues. So I'm all like, that'd be representative of me. I don't know. And as it melts, I can have it, like, transform into, like, a stop motion. Kind of like... turns into, like, putty or something. Basically, kind of what I'm imagining is, like, just kind of being, like, in the pose, and then it, like, starts to grow something, you know, like maybe some horns, and then kind of melts into, like, different, I don't know, I'm just, like, the actual context of it is gonna be simple, you know, it's just gonna be me, you know, but I want to, like, do something with, like, the effects. So the project's gonna kind of be, I'm using the project as, like, a way to experiment with effects, basically. I like the idea of it turning into a rubber hose as well. Gotta... And then maybe from rubber hose, it can turn into, like, the chibi version or something. Like, how do I have my little chibi version drawn? Like that, I think. I mean, this part's just, you know, a thumbnail. Like, the bigger issue is that I have to figure out a way to make it end into someone else's, and then also start from someone else's, which that'll probably figure out tomorrow, you know? Let me go ahead and save this. Not in background design, I'm gonna put this one in motion design. Storyboard V2. There we go. Yeah. I am gonna check something though. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. It is good to see y'all though. Actually, I haven't done this in a while, so let me... We'll probably see a little character that maybe shouldn't be there. Because I noticed. And I'll be low-key a little annoying if there's this one that wins, because they're technically banned. Oh, let me re-click on that. There we are. Oh no. I learned this in my life drawing class to just, instead of like putting all the detail in for like planning wise, to just do like little silhouettes to just block out the basic shapes. Although, can't really show off the shadows. I mean not the shadows. The melting with that, but, you know. I could turn them white though. Hey, nice, you won, Aaron. Yeah. Definitely got to string together. I'm also extremely out of practice with talking on stream. Because it's been, oh my god, I want to say 3 to 4 months. Insanity. Oh my gosh. Really kind of sad, actually, but... But I'm hoping to get back into it, even though it's been an incredibly long while. Yeah. I guess another thing I'll have to figure out is the background. But the background is going to kind of be based off of what the other people's are. Because I know the person going after me is doing something with like records. You know, that's kind of going to be the aesthetic that they're going with. And so my thought is that I can have a record in the background or something, and it can zoom in and then zoom out into theirs, you know? Or I can even do that with an eyeball. Like have it zoom into an eyeball and the eyeball shifts into a record that gets taken off of the wall or something and put onto the record player or whatever they're doing. But, yeah. Oh, not to call you out of lurk, but how are you, Ollie? Also, if you're lurking, no need to like say anything. I'm just like, yeah. I noticed your little guy. honestly, I wasn't even sure if I was gonna stream, but one of my friends who I've been like starting to hang out with more, I told them that I used to stream but haven't had time, and they were all like, "Why don't you just stream yourself doing some of your animation assignments?" Cause I was like, I guess it couldn't hurt, you know. Then I can still like socialize with people. I don't know. Okay. I'm actually going to shrink the size. You alright? Just making the snack, how am I? I'm good, I'm good. I am... It's been kind of a hectic time, I'm sure, as you heard, you know. Officially single now, after a short relationship of 2 months. God, that was like... I'm very glad to be single now. We're single again. Although, you know what kind of sucks? Shortly after breaking up with my now ex, I already have a new crush. I'm all like, I feel bad about it, you know. Aside from that, I've been good. Because I finally got caught up on my schoolwork, you know? And now that I'm caught up, I'm like, I feel so relieved. Oh my gosh, it was so stressful. Having so much work and no matter what I did, not being able to really catch up. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I'm so relieved. I mean, I'm doing schoolwork right now, but I don't know. I'm caught up. I'm not behind anymore, more specifically. Although this is technically due tomorrow, but it's like a soft due, you know? As in, it's just part of a project. It's not the full thing. And like the project's not due tomorrow, but this section of it is. Just having the storyboard for it. Shifts to fully cartoon. Turns chibi. No, I'll figure out the transitions once, you know, I get more information from the people I'm working with. So I mean, this part's pretty simple, but there we go. I think this is good enough, if you ask me. I mean, could it be better? Yes, but it gets the idea done. You know, it gets the idea across. What I should really more so focus on is this. Let's duplicate the layer. Put that in a new one. Cool. I'm going to actually turn that slightly off, and I'm gonna set it to, I don't know, I want to say like 50. Underneath, I'll add an extra layer. There we are. And let's actually duplicate this layer as well. Oop. Not on its own thing though. Into the untitled. Now, let me actually okay. 50 as well. I'll set this to 70. Kind of bright, but you know. Okay. I guess the question is, what type of tree are we thinking? Here, let me turn these off first. Because we have a couple of them, you know. And part of me's kind of all like, what if we combine them all? You know? Or combine elements from them. Like, I am a big fan of how the branch work on this one is. However, the shape of it, I would struggle with turning it into a castle. There is also the fact that the, what's it called? The trees themselves, I'm supposed to have at least 8 different versions of, like, the castles. And so, and the tree is supposed to be kind of alive. So I'm thinking, oop, I'm bumping into the microphone. I'm thinking I'll do like, nope, that's white. Some ideas for the tree, sort of, face. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Just kind of mess around with some of them. And then I don't know. We'll see. We'll mess around and see. There's also supposed to be like people on this tree. I should actually do the eyebrows separately from everything else. But I kind of want it to look a bit like bark. Yeah. Oh, but what type of snack are you making, if you don't mind me asking? I actually just went to Costco today. My one friend that I've been hanging out with a lot more recently actually took me along with them this time. They didn't need to get anything, but they knew that money's kind of tough for me at the moment. And so they were all like, hey, why don't we go here? It's cheaper. Which is very kind of them. But what are you making for your snack? I don't know how I feel about actually having proper pupils, irises, eye shape. I think just having like the idea of an eye kind of like that might work. And then let's do this. Fried pork belly, burnt ends. Dude, that sounds so fucking good. My goodness. I'm jealous, man. That sounds absolutely scrumptious. Here, let's do this. Yeah. That'd be nice. Well, I hope you enjoy it, you know? I've been trying to teach myself how to cook, actually. Speaking of food. I'm struggling with it, but I got myself a steam cooker, so I've been messing around with rice a lot more and like cooking stuff inside of that. Especially since the oven at my apartment does not work at the moment. Let's see. I'm like trying to, here, let me actually hide that part. I'm trying to give off the idea of like a face, you know? And it'll just be kind of like the central point of the tree, is what I'm thinking. We'll have some dark spots. There we go. I feel like that's giving nostril. Wouldn't you agree? I don't know. You totally agree? Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to mess around with shape language. Or, is that the correct term? I don't know. I'm honestly pulling this shit out of my ass. I don't know if that's the expression either, but... you know, it might be. I haven't even gotten to the actual main building part of it. Ooh, I have an idea. There we go. And then I can even do kind of like going on this side. You see the vision, right? It sounds right? Yeah. I think so. Oh my gosh. Ollie, have you been watching people's playthroughs of Dispatch? I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of taken up so much of my time in the past week. And I'm very much enjoying it. I would play it myself, but you know, that shit expensive. I mean, it's only $20-something, but That's expensive for me. There we go. Now we got the cranky looking mouth. It looks a little crankier than I was kind of intending. I'm not gonna lie. You have? It looks like such a great game. Yeah, oh my gosh. I'm gonna be so real. I see people romancing the two main gals, and I'm all like, why can't we romance the men? You know? Nah, because, like, as I see people play it, I'm all like, the ladies are great, but Phenomena Man, you know? Like, I don't know, man. I have a type, and it's big hunky men. Or big men, just in general. I'm like, shit. If only you could romance him. If only. Cool. I'm gonna rename this to Face. Let me actually call it Face V1. And I'm gonna make a few alternatives. Just so that way I have them. I'll probably make 2 other alternatives. I kind of want to do one where it's a lot less grizzled. And like just kind of more smooth. And so we'll just kind of mess around with that and see. This next one, I think I'm going to try to go for more of like a feminine sort of look. What am I drawing? I'm basically... Okay. So I'm basically drawing a tree that I have to add a castle onto for my class. And the professor said that the tree itself should be sentient. And so what I'm currently doing is trying to make some faces I can add onto it. I did like a kind of more grizzled version, and now I am messing around to see how it would look to do a more feminine sort of version. And we'll just kind of see how it goes. You know? And hopefully something ends up sticking, ends up looking nice and fancy schmancy. Yeah. That's the gist at the moment. I don't know if y'all can hear the music. I hear outside. Actually, y'all wouldn't be able to notice it. I have background music, but every time it pauses, I hear something music related happening somewhere nearby through the walls. I'm like, what is going on? Ooh, I could make it look bird-like. Now that I'm thinking about it. Nothing wrong with doing that. Yeah, I had to take a second. Or, and I'm gonna be real, Ollie. Another great option, punch up. I don't know. I like me a short man as well. I kind of like the idea of it kind of looking like a crown. And it forming the branches. Okay, but what are we thinking of the femme version so far? Definitely much softer lines, but I'm kind of liking them better. I guess it really depends on how I can combine them into the tree itself. But, like, I think she's giving cunt. You know? She's very cunty. And, like, she doesn't need a mouth. She has a beak. I can maybe add a branch going through. But I don't know if that decuntifies her. You know? I think she looks better without. Maybe if I filled in. Ooh. Little lopsided, I know, I see. But, I mean... I don't know. Although I think Okay, so the idea that the professor is having us do is that the tree itself is the king or queen of the castle. Which is why I'm kind of like, I think it'd be cool to give her a tree crown. You know? Oops. I'm liking it so far. That's all I know. And I can fill in these gaps. Ooh, she's looking ethereal. Very bird-like too, which I like. It's working! Kind of reminds me of that one Pokemon. I can't remember the Pokemon's name, but it's like an emperor penguin. You know? Okay, let's call this face V2, which I think face V2 is the one we're gonna be going with. But who knows? Maybe maybe the next one will look even better. You know? I do want to check something though. I am also kind of all like, could fill in his face. Nah. Let's leave it. And let's figure out face V3. I'll go ahead and set both of these to 50%, so that way they are not in... Whoops. Well, let me set that back to 100. Merge down. Now set it to 50. Okay. I think I want to look at the trees. Because, like, for him, I'm thinking he'd fit on, like, a tree like this. Or like this. For her, I'm thinking she'd fit on something more like this. Or like the hand. You know? But we could do multiple versions. Okay. It's just figuring out what to do for this next one. And I'm not worrying about making it fully symmetrical. Let's actually start with the center. They're a little lopsided, but they're a tree. Like, would you expect a tree not to be lopsided? Be so for real. Ooh! Oh my gosh, okay. I'm imagining this last one. Imagine this last one is a willow. And so I'm kind of thinking it'd be really cool to give them, like, very droopy sort of features. Like downturned eyes, sort of. And I like the idea of using these kind of like eyelashes. Yeah. And, like, specifically, I'm kind of imagining her being, like, a weeping willow. Kind of like this one. More rounded. Let's see. Let me actually hide the other ones so I can get a better look at her. Ooh. Dang. I really just want to... You know what? It's so much easier to draw in this direction. Control C. Control V. No judgment, but... I mean... Look at that. Now, I'll go back through and clean her up. And actually merge her down. Look at that. Ooh! She came in see an enemy. Okay. I just gotta figure out a way to connect the face. I don't know. I don't really know how to proceed with her. Let's see. I'm gonna try something that would basically kind of like replicate lips. Although I think it's giving more nostril. I don't know. I'm kind of really stumped. I think she's kind of become a flop. She's just kind of flopping. But I guess they can't all be winners. You know? But the professor said, even if it looks like it's a fail, to just continue on, still finish it out, because then at the very least you learn from it, you get the idea out, and you might end up being able to save it. Yeah. Or if it just straight up doesn't work, you can figure out why it didn't work and use that knowledge to move forwards. So I will finish her at least. Here's an idea. I'm kind of just messing around, but it doesn't hurt, you know? It's also only 12. I do have class pretty early at 10, but I want to see how much I can get done. And this tree's supposed to be technically gigantic. So. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I had such high hopes for her at the beginning, but I just couldn't figure out a way to make it, like, work. I really like phase 2, though. Also, I won't lie, I am pretty damn dizzy right now. Here's what I'll do. I'll group them. Faces. And I will duplicate the group. Because I had to shrink them down, you know. And like add them to a main tree. Let's mess around. See what type of tree shape we can make. What I'm kind of thinking is something kind of similar to this or this. So very swoopy. As such, I will turn that on to actually be able to have an idea. I can shrink the size down to 10, actually, is what the professor tends to prefer us to work in. Okay. Let me actually lower this to 25%. Get a better view of it. Let's see. Now I gotta figure out how in the world am I gonna make a civilization be able to sit up on top of this. Although this will just be version 1. So I'll continue onwards with this version as the professor suggested. But I already have an idea for the next version. The next version, I kind of like the idea of making it look like they're kind of laying up against something. I don't know. Giving them a bit of a figure of sorts. I don't know, what do y'all think so far? I'd like y'all's opinions. You know? How are y'all feeling? I know it's here, let me actually lower this to 10%. Make it even less distracting. Cause I don't need it to be uber visible. I think, cause I gotta figure out a way to make it like blend in. No, I think I'll do something like to connect them into each other, you know? There we go. I'm actually going to zoom in a touch. Be able to get some cleaner lines. You mean you like it? It looks great. Well, that's good. I'm glad. And of course, this is only one rendition of her. She'll have more. I like the idea of the tree being feminine. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm struggling with my words, but you know what I mean. It's jeepers. Yeah. I'm gonna start adding some branches coming off. I'm really trying to take inspiration from this one. Just not to quite the extreme that it's at. But... you know? I might actually shrink up this eraser. There we go. These little branches are gonna look so ugly. Oh my goodness. But I don't know. Huh. Okay. I'm like trying to think of where I'm gonna put the castle. But I should probably finish the tree first. I like the idea of her looking kind of like a bonsai. Kind of like she's been slightly manicured. Ooh, you know what would be a cool idea? What would probably look cool? If, similarly to a bonsai, we place her on top of like a giant rock, but instead of being more like a mountain. And I think if I'm going more with a sort of bonsai look for her, that gives me something to think about for texturing. And I'm honestly not so sure about this arm on this side anymore. If she's a bonsai. Here, let me add a couple like sort of branch, not branch, leaf sort of shapes. like the idea of this one being a little bit more in front, but like they merge together. Hi, Fristy, how are you? How have you been? I hope you've been well. Also, I shaved my head. I'm bald now. Honestly, such a good change. Not on stream. I shaved my head, like, actually, I want to say a week or two after I broke up with my now ex. So, you did too? Oh my gosh, how does it look? When I say I shaved my head, I mean I went bald, like, down to the skin. Like, hold on, let me put it on my face. Like, shorter than my stubble. Also, I'm getting more stubble now. Still can't grow a beard, but getting there. Yeah. How have you been? I'm currently drawing some stuff for my class. You know? You've been same. I feel this. Excuse me. I've been also very tired. I will not lie. But I think I'm feeling better now than I have in a decent bit, honestly. Which is nice. Also, side note, don't forget, y'all, you can do !fish. I know that's a side thing, but I'm like, wait, why is it not working? No! Hold on. I have... Is it not connected? Hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me figure it out. Why ain't it working? Settings. It got disconnected. Let me reconnect it to Twitch. There we go. Okay. Now let's try. Let's try that again. There we go. But being tired is so fair, dude. I totally get it. Oh, lovely. I got a bottle. Let's see. I like the idea of like the leaves looking like clouds. You went bald and now it's steadily growing back. Nice. Yeah, this is... Hold on. This is about a month of growth. I will not lie. When I went bald, it exposed a headphone dent. Like an actual headphone dent. I was like, ah! No. I was like, no. It was tragic. Dude, it was so tragic. I've been wearing my headphone now, though, for a bit. And it's probably... How bad is this? Earphones for the win. What are earphones? Do you mean like earbuds? Or are they like... kind of like the phone like material instead of it being buds, but it's like a phone. Earbuds. Oh, okay, yeah. Earbuds hurt though, which is why I don't really wear them. Also, you can literally see my calyx. Like this part goes straight, meanwhile right here and right here go back, and you can literally see the transition spot. So it's really exposing my calyx. I also have one right back here that just kind of poofs out a bit, you know? Yeah. I'm sorry I haven't streamed in such a while, though. I've been meaning to. Life just kind of got in the way. If I'm being real. But things are on the up and up. I think. So, and now I'm drawing a tree for my class. Which I'm then gonna have to draw a castle on top of. And I'm all like, how? A castle? You know, luckily it's not really due tomorrow. I mean, it is due tomorrow, but you know, happy to be here though. Glad to hear it. I want to start streaming again. The whole reason why I'm streaming right now is because my one friend that I've been hanging out with recently, I told them, why a castle on top of it? Oh, this is a class assignment. And, for my background design class. And so we had to draw a giant tree with a castle on it. And so I have like 2 studies, you know, just kind of like practicing them. But then in class he told us the tree has to be living, like sentient. And so I drew some faces. As you can see, got this one, which is the one we're using, and this one. And yeah. Once I get the tree drawn, then I will go ahead and add castle parts to it. I'm trying to think of how many versions I'm supposed to do. I don't know though. I'll figure it out, but anywho, I think I'm gonna continue working on the branches now. I got like one leafy area, but actually I could do something like that. And just connect the leaves onto the top, you know? Go over here. And it'll just be kind of like clouds. Oops. Nope, not zoom. Kind of like something like that. There. I don't know. I think it'll be nice. And the professor said, as with the castles, to just kind of like grab bits and pieces of them, but I think I'm gonna have to redraw some of them. I don't know. But we'll see. Yeah. I do kind of want the tree to go much higher up than it currently is. But it's just figuring out how to do that in a way that looks nice. You know? I guess just kind of making it spread. I don't know. Let's see. Got that. And I actually kind of fuck with the horn aesthetic. I fuck heavy with it. Yeah. And those can each be their own horns. Oh, how are you? How are you, baddie? I hope you're doing well. It's been a while, hasn't it? But nice to see you. Bunch of drama had been happening. It has been so long. I also haven't streamed in 3 months either, though, so that might be part of it. I won't lie. that might have played a part. You've been working a part-time job, studying, and doing your internship? Oh, nice! What's your internship on, if you don't mind me asking? I'm gonna have to do an internship when I start teaching. To, like, actually be able to teach. Because I don't know if I've mentioned it, but I'm planning on teaching. Specifically art. I want to teach art. Mortuaries? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh, no worries, Aaron. What were you up to, if you don't mind me asking? I like the idea of her looking like oh my gosh, that's awesome. That's really cool. That's also very fitting for you, I feel. For like your vibe. I mean, you literally have graves in your name. So, I mean, you're gonna be playing Fortnite, but you'll keep an eye on. Oh, okay. I hope you have fun with your Fortnites. There we go. And I think I'm actually going to put these horns more up in the front. Than you expected. You thought you were a lot more comfortable with death than you actually were. That's fair. I can imagine that'd be kind of a hard thing to experience on the daily. Mad respect, though. Like, yeah, I can definitely see that taking a toll. I remember when I've worked at some of my previous jobs, specifically as a not as a hairstylist, but as a receptionist for a salon. It would mess me up whenever there was like a person who was there and then like a regular, and then they would just stop showing up because they had passed away. It's weird. It's one thing to be like, yeah, everything dies, and then eventually be like, oh yeah, I guess that includes kids and yeah. And yeah. Definitely, it's definitely a rough kind of job. I can't imagine it being for the weak of heart. For the faint of heart. That's the word I was looking for. But you get to help people have closure, so it's worth it. Yeah. The positives. My cousin, is an EMT, so she kind of like, not quite to the same degree, but deals with like similar stuff to that, you know? And she's developed PTSD from it, so I can only imagine how that can take a toll on you. But like you said, it's nice to be able to help people find their closure. It's a very I don't know the word. Is noble the word? I don't know. You know what I mean though. Like, it's a very, I want to say like selfless. I'm struggling with the words, but I highly respect, much respect to people who do those kinds of jobs. You know? I'm gonna add like more little branches in the background as well. Make it really look like it's full, like really filled. I might have to shrink it up a bit more though. We'll see. I also gotta figure out where to put the castle. Also, I'm falling off the screen. I would actually like to eventually rotate it so that way it's more facing. There we go. So that way I'm more in the center. The only issue is that the background kind of starts showing off on the sides. You really like the sketch in the bottom right? This one? Yeah, this is the one that I'm basing this one off of. However, with this, with this one right here, it's one that I didn't come up with on my own. It's like I had an image of the tree on the side on like my other monitor as I was drawing it, and so I'm like, I don't want to use this specific tree, but I want to reference it in kind of like the design aesthetic. And so I'm basically just kind of like recreating it, but like a smaller section. You know? Oh, some like current news that's like kind of a little rough. Wait, let me just check and see. Yeah, okay. I have a new crush. You'll have to send some recent pics you passed. Oh my gosh, yeah, you will. You'll definitely have to show. Oh. Some like recent news, kind of a little bad because I've only been single for a month now. But I have a new crush on a guy. And it's like doomed. Like that relationship, I know for a fact. I'm pretty positive. It probably ain't gonna turn out, you know. I I don't think something's gonna come out of it, but oh boohoo, only a month. Are you saying boohoo as in like, oh that's not that bad, or are you saying boohoo like I don't know. What do you mean by boohoo? Yeah. No, I do agree that it's not that bad. The more tragic part is just the fact that I am pretty positive that person is not and will not be into me. You know. For plenty of reasons. Part of me also wonders if they already know that I'm into them, though. Because let's be so real. I may try to be subtle, but when I like a person, I lose the ability to be subtle. Like, oh my gosh. And I'm not even doing it on purpose, but everything I say starts getting fucking flirty as hell. Just unintentionally. And I'm like, oh, what's wrong with me? Like, I end up saying shit like, how do I describe it? Like, stuff that I normally wouldn't say. Like, I start telling the person that I'm all like, I really enjoy, yeah, I get that. I am so oblivious. And I'm all like, part of me is kind of all like, well, maybe they do like me. But also, I don't want to get my hopes up, you know? Hey, Batty, I'm poly too. The only issue is that I'm poly but never been in a poly relationship, but I'm poly, but I'm also like fine with being monogamous, I guess. Although the tragic thing is that I told myself the next relationship I would be in would be a poly one, and I do not think this person is polyamorous. So I'm all like, damn. But I can feel fulfilled in a monogamous relationship. Poly would be cool though. Yeah. What's crazy though? Oh yeah. That's fair. What's crazy is I came out to my mother. My mom knows that I'm bi and polyamorous, but I'm not out to her as non-binary. Like, I feel like, I don't know, that it's kind of, it feels strange to me. Oh, I should actually save. I have not saved at all in the past. Ooh. Yeah, let me. Trees with castles. Oh my god. That could have been bad. I'm so glad it didn't crash. Yeah. Oh, actually, speaking of being trans, Batty, I mean, I'm non-binary. I'm specifically gender fawn, you know. So like the androgyny, like gender fluid from androgyny, nothing, and masculinity tends to kind of. Oh my gosh! Sorry, I just got like a burping fit. you know, I tend to not go towards the feminine, because it's like gender fluid, but it's very rare for the feminine. Y'all know what gender fawn is. But I am thinking of exploring my more androgynous side. Not really. Well, it's basically, okay, so gender fawn falls under the gender fluid umbrella. And so it's basically gender fluid, where, you know, like your gender kind of shifts, it just kind of shifts around a lot, like how gender fluid does. The only difference is that gender fawn, still has that shifting, but it rarely shifts into feminine. It rarely goes into feminine. And then there's actually the opposite of gender fawn called gender fey, where it's the same exact thing, only instead of rarely shifting into feminine, it rarely shifts into masculine. And so my gender identity, the way that I internally feel, will often shift between masculine, androgynous, or like nothing, where I just don't feel anything. And so I want to like kind of explore that more. You think your mom mostly doesn't understand why you're trans, but still wear makeup and women's clothes? Yeah, that's fair. That's like, clothing does not determine gender. I say, meanwhile, I'm like, me wanting to explore my more feminine side is more so me wanting to like express myself a little bit more androgynously by wearing more androgynous clothing and whatnot. But you just want to be a flaming homo? Dude, I am a flaming homo. Although, some of my friends are all like, oh, you look straight passing. And I'm all like, no. I mean, probably for the best. Because, you know, this is Texas, and, ooh, not the best place to be obviously queer. But, yeah, nah. Also, I am kind of thinking of shaving off the mustache. Now, hear me out. Now, I know last time I tried it, I looked chopped. But last time I tried it, I had long hair. And I'm like, I really think that, now that I have short hair, the mustache, yeah, just to try it out, It'll grow back. The only issue with it growing back is that it will take a while, you know? I don't know what accent I'm doing, but yeah, I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared to shave it off because last time I did that, I looked really fucking bad. Y'all, I had long hair. It was frizzy as all hell. I was wearing my glasses, which, for some reference, these are what my glasses look like. You know? I actually feel very uncomfortable wearing my glasses. And I think part of it is they sit on my face crooked because my face itself is crooked, you know? Which I spent a lot of time trying to accept. You know, no one's perfectly symmetrical. Your friends called you a porn star and a skinhead when you had a mustache and was bald. See, my friends were also calling me a skinhead when I shaved it. Can I be so real? When I buzzed it, it was not as short as this. However, I noticed I missed a spot. So I grabbed the razor right here, and guess what? I forgot to put the guard back on. And at that point, I was like, well, no fixing it. Just gotta commit. And so I was bald. And I'm like, God, I was so upset, y'all. No, I was not happy at first, especially because my friends kept saying I looked like a skinhead. And I was like, no! And I was all like, I was trying to dress, all of my attempts to dress in a way that would make me look more obviously queer and like less like a skinhead. They were like, you know, that's making it look worse. I'm all like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, you were a fan of the long hair, no facial hair, but you're part of the goth community, and that's pretty common. Yeah. That's fair. I totally understand why you'd be a fan of it. I have a lot of, like, dysmorphia, you know? Like, I really struggle with the way that I look. And me growing facial hair is a way to cover the way that I look up. Because before I had any facial hair, I would basically always be covering my mouth. I would always be, like, kind of covering up my face. I was so uncomfortable with the way I looked. I still, despite as much as I've tried, I'm still very uncomfortable with the way I look. Just being completely honest. Yeah. That being said, I like the way I look better with short hair. And I think part of it is it's less unpredictable. I do want to regrow it out, but the short hair, the long hair, there were too many days where it just looked bad. Like, sometimes I would look and I'd be like, ooh, I am looking fine as hell. And then other times, majority of the time, I'd look and I would, like, want to cry because I hated how much I looked. And I still get like that a lot, even with the short hair, but I don't know. It's not quite as often, you know? You went way too hard on the T and your facial hair started falling out and everyone's, ooh, that's rough. Ooh, actually. The hair male pattern baldness caused from the production of DHT. Now, something you can do that blocks DHT. Lavender and rosemary. Put that on your scalp. Avoid your face if you want facial hair, because that you know, DHT is also what causes facial hair growth, but male pattern baldness is caused by it. So you can, like, put lavender and rosemary up on your scalp to kind of, like, slow the progression of male pattern baldness, you know, to kind of, like, lower the effects of it. Oh my gosh. Also, I gotta be so frank, I really enjoy talking to y'all. It's been so long. I don't know. It's really nice actually being able to talk to people, and I don't know. I really missed streaming, and I am happy right now, even though I'm just kind of, like, doing homework and kind of yapping more than actually doing the homework, but yeah. Yeah, normally after getting your haircut, you felt like it was wrong for a few days, and after you went bald, you immediately accepted it. Not that it looked good, but you thought, yeah, that's what I expected it to look like. Yeah, that's kind of how I was with my own. I didn't really... Yeah. Honestly, what got me to start kind of accepting it more was one of my newer friends outside of my usual friends. My usual friends who were all like, oh, it kind of looks like a skinhead haircut. My newer friend was all like, said that they fuck with it. And I was like, thanks, you know? Because I was, like, feeling extremely insecure. And they, like, kind of, they made me feel better about it. I appreciate that, Patty. Yeah. Also, you know what's kind of crazy? Not to put them on blast, but they're banned. Why are they lurking? message you. You keep forgetting to. Yeah, oh my gosh, I miss when we were in contact more, you know? Not to be parasocial, even though, you know, we were friends before I streamed anyway, so I don't think that really counts as. Oh, so a little bit of context. Over the summer, I started dating a guy who was not super older than me, but... Okay, more context. When I am dating a person, I have like an age range. Keep in mind, I'm 23. Youngest person I would date, would be... Like, when I turn 24, the youngest person I will consider dating will be 21, but they have to be 21 before I turn 24. You know? Yeah. And then when it comes to older, it's like 3 years, can't be more than 4. So kind of like an extra year, you know? The youngest? Okay, so... I'm going to be turning 24 in 2 months. So, like, the youngest I'd probably go is 21, you know? Or they at least have to be 21 before I turn 24, you know? They can't be more than, like, 3 years and a day younger than me, you know? And that's just... You gain a lot more maturity during those years. I'm, like, past that. It feels weird. It feels uncomfortable for me. And then going up, it's like an extra year. So 4 years. But preferably a little bit less than 4. That's just kind of like the oldest. Now, this guy I started dating during the summer. They were past that age range. And I know y'all are going to be like, that's barely past it. You know, he was like 5 years and 2 months older than me. Like almost exactly. And, well, I was a little uncomfortable with that at first. You know, I kind of got past it. Because I was like, oh, personality, first and foremost. You know, I figured that was kind of the more important thing. And I still agree with that. It's more important. I'd rather, if I'm going to go outside my age range, I'd rather it be older than me. Then I'd rather it be like older than my age range than younger, you know? Yeah, no, I get that. It's just kind of a comfortability thing for me, you know? But, and like things started off really nice with them. And then asked them to be my boyfriend. We became official, and things just kind of... Bro was just different after that. You regularly forget that you're an adult. You feel like you're an adult in the same way a tomato is a fruit. That's fair. The person, like... I couldn't really talk to them. Because anytime I would have a conversation, it wouldn't even anything serious, but even if it wasn't serious, they would, if they were kind of like losing an argument or whatnot, they would get overwhelmed. And at first I was like, okay, take your time, you know? But then it just kept happening. And they had said that I did some stuff, like that the way that I spoke was causing it, and so I took steps. I tried to correct that, and they were still getting overwhelmed, and they were all, and after I corrected them, I realized they were doing the exact same thing that they were complaining about me doing. We eventually kind of got past it, you know? And when I say kind of got past it, I mean I stopped bringing anything kind of concerning up to me. Like, anything that I thought was concerning, anything that I thought would be like, would get them overwhelmed, I stopped bringing it up to them. It felt like I was walking on eggshells, you know? Don't get me wrong, a lot of the times, they were, for the most part, a very nice person. But what really got to me, aside from kind of having, I couldn't talk to them properly because of that, you know? But then I ran into an issue. I noticed I would like tell them something, or they would like say something, and then, yeah, I would like say something to them or tell them something. I would ask them not to do something, and they would basically say that I had like never said that, you know. I felt like I was being gaslit. I mean, I was being gaslit, but I felt like I was being gaslit, you know? Like, they would always forget that I said stuff, or like they would say that I didn't actually say something, or they would be like saying stuff and I would bring it up later and they'd be like, I never said that, why are you assuming things about me, you know? I'm glad to hear that me streaming helped. Helped you feel better. That makes me happy to hear that. I'm really glad that I went live as well. You know, I don't know. It's been way too long. But yeah, I felt like I was being gaslit. Because I kind of was. And I was getting behind in my classes because they were pretty much living at my apartment. Like, they were claiming they weren't living at my apartment, but if you're staying at a place 3 out of 7 days a week consistently, I would call that partially living, you know? Like, I would say that that's basically living at the place. Yeah, and I was getting really behind in my schoolwork, and I know that they weren't intentionally making me get behind, but I struggle, which I know is weird because I'm literally working on stuff right now, but if they were there, I would feel bad working my schoolwork because they were visiting, you know, and I didn't want to ignore them, but I would have to work on my schoolwork. But the fact that they were there and I felt guilty about them being there and me not being able to give them time, I wasn't able to actually get a lot of my work done. And so I asked them to not show up 1 week. I was low-key building up resentment over time. You have no concept of healthy boundaries. Most of your partners share a body with you. That's yeah, I can imagine that would be difficult to have some proper healthy boundaries with that. Yeah, that sounds yeah. I don't even know how you would set up boundaries in that sort of a situation. Yeah, I was like starting to build up resentment. And I asked them, hey, don't show up this week. I am really behind. I have to get caught up. And they were all like, oh, so you just don't want to see me. I was like, no, that's not what I said. And I told them, we'll see how much work I have left on Tuesday. If I'm like pretty much caught up, then I'll let you know and you can come over. On Monday, they show up at my door. Yeah, they did that sort of thing a lot where I would say something. I would be all like, I need some space, and they'd be like, oh, you just don't want to see me, or they'd be all like, oh, you must think I'm ugly, you know? Yeah, they're half a decade older than me. And I felt like I was the older one in the relationship. But then they would also kind of like lord their age over me as well. So it was like, I don't know. It really kind of messed with me. And apparently they had no clue that this was going on, but I'm like, there's no way you couldn't have known. I mean, I blame myself for not bringing it up, but I also literally felt like I could not speak to them. You know? But yeah, they ended up showing up. And I saw their location because, you know, we shared our locations. And when I saw that they were there, that they were like really close by, because apparently they were at my door and I just didn't hear them because I was working on stuff, and I don't have my phone next to me while I'm working on stuff because I get too distracted, you know? And I saw that they were there, and I called them. I'm all like, what are you doing in the city I live in? And they were all like, oh, I'm visiting you. I'm all like, but I said not to come this week. And then they were all like, oh, well, I could just head home. And I was all like, no, you've already driven all the way. It's already late. Just spend the night. You can leave in the morning. You know, because they drove like over an hour to get here. And I'm like, I'm not going to send someone away. I realistically should have, but I would have felt really guilty. And then they ended up staying until 8 p.m. the next day. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm now like, I'm not going to share my location. I share my location with some of my friends. Because we used to hang out all the time, and it was just easier to find each other, to meet up whenever that was happening, whenever we would all hang out, but I don't think it's really good to share a location with a partner like that anymore. Actually, after I broke up with him, I stopped sharing my location, and he called my mom to ask her why I'm no longer sharing my location with him. Like, no, actually, speaking of the location thing, and I felt insane for this. Yeah, he was in contact with my mother. Never called her before, but after I broke up, called her like kept on calling her, being all like, he was being really mean to me, and like he was basically telling my mom that sort of stuff, and like crying on the phone to her, being all like, basically he got my mom on his side. And my mom would like call me and tell me that I need to be nicer to this man after I broke up with him. Like, and that was happening for weeks. Oh, there was one time where, yeah. It was... You'd share your location occasionally on Snapchat or something, yeah. You also share with your sister because she drives a very old car that breaks down often and you have to find her. That's very fair. Oh, when I actually broke up with him, I did it over phone call because I'm going to be so real. I did not feel comfortable being around him in person, you know? I did it on a phone call. And, which, I know that's not the best, but I did not want to be near him. I didn't think he would actually physically hurt me. Dude's pretty small and pretty weak, but I also didn't want him in my apartment. And so I broke up with him over Discord, and he said, I'm not going to process this. We'll talk about it in person. And then I was like, okay. I said, we'll see. At the current moment, it's a no. I am not comfortable talking to you in person within less than a week. And then later, they're all like, okay, I'll see you in person. And then we were all like, and then got pissed at me whenever I was like, we're not meeting at my apartment. And he was all like, well, you already agreed to it. I said, no, I didn't. I said, we will see, but at the moment, it is a no. And you know what the thing is? I I knew he would fucking gaslight me too about this shit. And so I recorded my own audio, like, of what I was saying, you know? Just that way he wouldn't be able to, like, say I didn't say something. Oh, but then that's when he started calling my mom. He started calling my mom to convince her to let me and him have the talk in my apartment, at my apartment. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. No, yeah, it was like... It was not the best situation. Whenever I eventually did meet up with them in person because, you know... But I had my friends hanging around within a distance to where they couldn't really hear, but if something were to happen, they would be able to come down and, you know, be with me. Is it toxic? It is toxic to break up over text if it's just, hey, we're over, I don't want to see you anymore, bye. No, yeah, and I didn't want to do that because apparently his ex didn't even do any of that, just blocked and ghosted him and said the whole family did that. I'm gonna be so real. I don't really believe that. Seeing how he is, I would not be surprised if he's saying that that's what happened with... I would not be surprised if he's saying that I did that to him, you know? I definitely, depending on the situation, I definitely agree. Ghosting could definitely be valid. But my roommates don't lock the apartment door, so I had to, like, actually properly break up with him, you know? And he was saying that his ex just ghosted him, and I was like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, when I was with him, I was like, that's... I was all like, I'm not gonna... If I were to break up, I'm not gonna do it that way. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I returned, like, his stuff to him. And I hadn't blocked him. Because I was like, okay, if I find anything else that's his, I'll let him know. And I also still need to get my stuff from him. He just ghosted... He just not ghosted me. He just blocked me. And so, like, I found one of his hoodies. I can't return it to him. He has all of my hoodies. He has so much of my stuff. But I can't contact him to get it. Although, I'm being real... If I were to have to contact him to get my stuff, it'd more so be I would have my little brother pick up the stuff. Because my little brother offered to be the one to go pick up my stuff. Because, yeah. Yeah, and actually, whenever we were talking in person, because, you know, he wasn't going to accept the breakup until he heard me say it in person, he asked me to list the reasons. No, I know, I should really cut my losses, but I had a rainbow hoodie, and it was limited edition. It was, you know, Scott's Major? It was, some of his merch. He might put up more, like, I don't know, maybe for the holiday season, I hope, so I can, yeah. So maybe I can get kind of that back, but it was also, like, oh, well, no, I actually tried to give them reasons, because whenever I broke up with them over the phone, I didn't give them all the reasons, because I was really trying to, what's the word, manage their emotions. I was really trying to, like, manage their emotions about it. And so I was like, okay, I just had to figure out a way to, I don't know. But they had me list them. And I started listing them. Basically what I said, you know, to y'all, just, like, kind of in shorter versions. Yeah, they didn't deserve an explanation, especially when they pressured me to, like, meet up with them in person to talk about it. But as I was telling them about them, they're all like, actually, no, I've never done any of that. And actually, you're the one who did all of those things. They literally just pushed all the blame onto me. Yeah. And I'm gonna be so real. The way that they acted towards that really got rid of any of my doubts that it was the right decision to break up with him. Yeah. And, like, I'm gonna be so real. I'm pretty susceptible to what people say. I'm pretty susceptible to what people say. And so, like, I got in my head and I was all like, am I actually in the wrong? But, like, I don't know. I don't think I am. Like, they were just, like, they just start arguing. And, like, for a while, I literally just hadn't told anyone about it. And then eventually I told my friend, they were like, this is not healthy. Because, I'm gonna be real, before I told anyone, I was kind of like gaslighting myself, being all like, oh, it's not actually as bad as I think it is. I'm just being over dramatic. I'm just, you know. Which, by the way, during the talk, he was all like, oh, you're just like thinking these things because you have anxiety. Like, okay, asshole. Like, dude said that I was feeling these ways because I have anxiety, but then also was all like, but then previously said that I would not understand how they feel because they have anxiety from their medicine that they're taking. And so I could never understand how they actually feel. Yeah. How did I stay so long with this guy? Like, what the fuck is this guy? I'm gonna be so real. I dated him for a month, became official, broke up with him 2 months later. And I started considering breaking up with him, like, almost immediately. All that was 2 months, yes. Most of it was, yeah, it was 2 months. 2 months! And then he goes and calls my mom. After 2 months, he thinks it's totally justified to call my mom, who he's never had, like, an actual proper phone conversation with, to, like, tell her how I'm being mean, how I'm being unreasonable, how, like, blah, 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 blah. You know, who does that? This is a 29-year-old man dating a 23-year-old. Like, or they're 29 now. They were, like, 28, you know, when, but like, almost, you know, like, they turned, you know. Like, I feel like it feels ridiculous to me. "29 to 23 isn't that bad." Yeah, I get that. It felt like a lot for me. But then I was also all like, well, when I am 27, he would be 32, and that doesn't sound weird to me. But 23 and 29 does sound like a lot to me. It sounds like a big difference to me personally. You know, it's just kind of relative. But yeah. I'm glad I'm out of that, like, situation. It was really fucking shitty. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, I'm older than his ex. So, yeah. Not much more. I think it was like 6 years. I don't know how much younger the ex was than me. I think the ex is like a year or two younger than me, so. And he was like 2 years younger, so he was like 26 when he started dating his ex. So, you know. Yeah, I definitely, yeah. A whole decade is a lot. 5 years, I think when you're 30 and 35, isn't that bad, you know? Or even 27 and 27 and 32. But I don't know. Man, I got distracted. And I have not made much progress on this tree, but I think that... Okay, I think this tree is looking really fucking good. Yeah. Fristy. It can work. It really kind of depends on the people. The situation I was in, he's not the right person to be dating someone with that big of an age gap. And it was outside my comfortability, but like, yeah. Exactly. It's about the people, not the age gap. Oh. Age gap was too much for me, though. Like, it was outside my comfortability. I should have never broken my own rule of, like, that I had set for myself. Of 4 years older than me. No more than 4 years older than me. No more than 3 years younger than me, you know? No, yeah. Like... Definitely didn't look like... Sorry, that's kind of mean, but definitely didn't look like 18. Even though bro was all like, oh, I look so young. Okay. Not to be mean, but... I feel like I've gained the right to be a little bit mean. Yeah. Let me... It is really nice to actually be able to tell people about this, so... You need to go to your internship? Alright. Wait, what's your internship? Also, I hope you have a good day at your work. I hope you have a good time. I'm planning on streaming more. I just gotta, like, find the time, you know? So... It's a composite. As long as you're not working, you're super down to chat, even if you're at work, to be honest. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I know that I can't stay up too late. Nice. I appreciate that, Fristy and Batty. I can't stay up too late because I do have class at 10 a.m. and it is 1:35. I can get by with, I want to say like 6 hours of sleep, but I'm gonna have to drive my friend a little bit tomorrow, because we're gonna be going to a piano bar with potentially some other people if other people end up deciding they want to join. But at the current moment, it looks like no one else at my at my club wants to join. So I don't mind, Dude is very easy to talk to, so. But I'm like, so long as he's comfortable, I'm comfortable. Just as long as you're not working on a bot? Oh, yeah. For a second, I forgot. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, honestly, I think the tree's at a point to where I could just add the leaves, and then I can actually move on to the next step of putting buildings up on. Realistically, I should do multiple trees, but it's kind of not really. I don't know. I don't really have the time to do multiple trees. I could do another set of trees like maybe tomorrow or something. I guess it depends on how long I'm at that piano bar for, but I don't know. Which I've never been to it, but I've actually... Also, fun fact, I've still never had a drop of alcohol. 23, about to be 24 in like 2 months. No, in a month, I guess. Y'all know when my birthday is. December. End of December. Gonna be 24 in the end of December. And I've still never had a drop of alcohol. You're off work tomorrow at 10 p.m. and off all day Friday? Nice. Friday's when I have my tea club. It's kind of like my chance to socialize with people IRL. So I've been trying to enjoy that. I think my friend's actually gonna bring some chili, which I don't really like chili, but the way that they've described the way that they cook it sounds like something I would enjoy, because I have like a lot of texture issues. Yeah. I'm trying to teach myself how to cook. Hopefully I can figure it out eventually, That'd be nice. Tree leaves. Alcohol free. Yeah. I mean, I've never really wanted alcohol. My plan is that I'll actually have my first sip when I turn 25. That's so fair. I want to wait to drink until I am 25 because... Oh, shit. Hold on. Because I'm worried about how I would act, how I would be under the influence, and I have a family member who has an issue with alcohol, and I am worried that I would be susceptible to that. I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm being a little bit paranoid about it, but I'm just not comfortable with the idea of drinking at the moment. And I'm like, I think once I'm 25, I will probably be comfortable. And if I'm not at that point, then I don't know. I'm sure I will be one day. But I also don't really want to put a big rush, a big to-do on when I have my first drink. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really worried that I would be susceptible to taking advantage of it, especially since I'm like I have anxiety, I have depression, I I probably very likely have ADHD unmedicated for everything, so I'm scared that I would, especially since I have a family history of, it's just not something I want to risk. Not until my brain has had a little bit more time to develop. But let's see. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, I forgot. Oh, dang it. Ooh, I pressed something weird. I'm like trying to find words, and I'm struggling. I haven't got a clue. Yep. Can't for the life of me think of what I was gonna say anymore. Oh well. Central. I'm in Central. I get that, Fristy. I get that. I don't know. I'm just not mentally ready for it, I don't think. Mm-hmm. Oh, really? I'm trying to think of what that means, being a whole hour ahead. Do you mean it's almost 3 a.m. or almost 1 a.m.? Because right now it's 1:43 for me. Oh, nice. Canada would be nice. Actually, fun fact, if I would have stayed with my ex, the plans were to move up to Ohio. Which would have been nice. Would have been like right up against Canada. Right up against the Great Lakes, yeah. I still can, yeah. I'm considering it, but I'm also like, I don't really want to stay in the US, you know? I'm like, I kind of want to move to one of the European countries. I don't know. It's kind of unaffordable here. Yeah. One of these days. I'll have to, I don't know. Oop, oh my gosh, I pressed the thing again. Really? Huh. I'll have to look into that. My question, though, is, because I want to teach. You know, I want to teach art, and I wonder if... I would like to do that if I did move. Yeah. Although I'm kind of like... Oh. Oh, cool. I'm trying to think. I have a few places in mind that I would potentially want to move to. Places I would like consider moving to would be like Sweden, or one of the more, well, Sweden because it's like very pro LGBTQ, or like one of the more Scandinavian countries, or England, or one I'm considering is Ireland because I really like rain. I don't know. Those are kind of like where I kind of have in mind. I'm saying kind of a lot. Those are where I have slightly in mind at the moment. Ooh. How's that more complicated? What's more complicated? Oh, him being Ukrainian. I'm paying attention. I'm listening. No, I know that, Fristy. I was saying one of the more Scandinavian countries, as in one of the others. You know, like I was just saying, I just meant like Scandinavian in general, not like specific. You know. Not. Oh, I mean, I'd be interested. I'd be. Yeah, Netherlands sounds nice as well. I wouldn't be opposed. How's this tree looking, by the way? Like, what do y'all think? Ah, AI made the wrong turn. Oh, for the GPS, right? I'm assuming you're talking about like a GPS. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Wait. Are you walking? You better not be texting while driving. You know. Oh, you're riding your bike. I don't know if that's much better. Okay. Well, Fristy, I have to use the GPS to get literally anywhere. Like, I am so lost without it. Don't ask me where I am, because I will not know. I haven't ridden a bike in so long. My goodness. Cool. Here's the tree. I'm pretty happy with it, you know. I could add a couple more lumps into the leaves. Give it some more fluff. I just like the idea of the kind of looking like clouds. You know? That'd be nice. I would love to live in a place where I don't have to drive. I don't know. Driving just kind of ain't the move for me, you know? It's scary. Like, I'm actually pretty scared of driving. Oop, I accidentally drew all those leaves on the face layer. Uh-oh. You broke 6 bones after less than 2 minutes on roller skates, so a bike might actually... Ooh, yeah. Probably not the best idea. Although, I can't roller skate, but I can rollerblade. Because I used to play hockey, so I learned how to ice skate. And they kind of transfer pretty well. Aside from the stopping, I don't know how to stop on rollerblades. But I can stop on ice. I also can't for the life of me stand on a skateboard. I should save. I can't for the life of me stand on a skateboard. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna... That was your problem? Yeah. I'm gonna white out for the leaves. Actually, I'll gray it. Then I will grab... You know what? I'll set it to, let's say, 30 opacity. And I will increase the size to about, let's say, 50. There we are. Yeah, probably not the... Probably shouldn't go on a bike then, you know? If that's a risk for you. Maybe skip the bike. So the bigger wheels of a bike make it way safer. Bigger wheels? Aren't they both the same size? Oh. Bigger compared to the skates. Yeah. I was all like... When you said bigger wheels of the bike, it was making me think of like those fancy schmancy old bikes where the front wheel's like bigger and the back one's like itty bitty. Or it might be the other way around, but you know what I'm talking about. It's called a safety bike for a reason. Ah, safety bike. Never heard of one of those. Like, actually, I have not heard of a safety bike before. Okay, after I color in these leaves, I can actually... What's the word? Dang it. I can't think of the word. Oh! Start on the castle. I guess not quite a word, but a sentence. color in right here as well. Oh, okay, okay. So it's not like a bike with training wheels, is it? Actually, fun fact, my little brother never learned how to ride a bike. The way I learned, though, was my father would put me on the bike and push me. And just push me into the grass until I was able to keep my balance. That's how I learned. No pedaling, just being pushed. Okay, okay. There we are. I'm almost done coloring them in. And then right over here. What's interesting is y'all can see... Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ollie. What's interesting is y'all can actually see what I'm doing without having the pen in the way. Because, like, I kind of had to move it slightly to actually properly see what all I'm doing, you know? I don't know, I just think that that's interesting. You're definitely falling asleep. That's fair. It is pretty late. I'm full of energy, though. I ate some spicy ramen and I'm good to go. You also worked 6 hours a day at your part-time job. Oh, nice. Well, what's your part-time job, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what do you do? Protected bike paths, let's go. Nice. Yeah, we don't really have stuff like that here. I'm actually amazed that there's actually trains that you can use here. Like, I used the train on Halloween, and it was like the first time I've actually ridden a public transportation train in over a decade. Like, I was pretty jazzed. It's not that cold today, but your hands are freezing. How cold is it? You're a Burger King manager. Nice. Nice. Wait. How cold is it? What's the temperature? In Fahrenheit. I mean, if you give Celsius, I can just convert it, but 12 degrees Celsius. Okay, so it's I'm gonna guess that that's gonna be around, like, I don't know, that's probably gonna be like 55 or something. Let me actually convert it. C to F. And you said 12. Hey! 53.6. That was a pretty good guess on my part, if I do say so myself, which I do say so myself. I was not expecting to be that close. 37. Ooh. Yikes. Take a guess. Take a guess of what the temperature is here for me. Take a guess. I'm gonna give it in Fahrenheit. I'm sorry, Fristy. I don't know. Did you look it up? Batty, did you look it up? It's 62 here. You didn't forget your gloves while speeding through the lands, though? That's fair enough. My hands don't really produce much heat to begin with. You didn't total guess? Yeah, it's 62 here. Which is only, I want to say, 6 degrees colder than my roommates keep the apartment. So, which I like the cold, but it's also expensive. And they really should not be keeping it at that temperature at the price that everything is. You know? Cool. A tree has leaves. I think it looks nice. Here, let me actually hide the other trees in the background. Ooh, so pretty. You don't have heat like ever, so that's fair. Well, the apartment's being cooled down to 68 degrees. It's just body temperature, keeping it way warmer. I quite like the cold. It's just power's expensive, Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. You use an electric blanket and you have curtains around. Ooh, that sounds fancy schmancy, dude. I'm actually gonna do a quick save. Cool. Dang. Getting all fancy with it, huh? I do want to check something on Discord real quick. I should do the Wordle for today. Right? I should do the Wordle. Nah, I could wait until after I end the stream for that. Unless y'all want me to do the Wordle on stream, but it is an option, It is an option that we have. Oh, don't forget, you can do exclamation point fish, like every 5 minutes. Y'all should totally do that. Cast a line. Dudios. I'm actually gonna group these all together into tree. And actually, I'm going to duplicate the group and merge it so that way I just have like a full-on tree to just save and use. I'll turn off that one. And now if I ever need to, I can just access them right here. But I do want to quickly add something on the ground because I think I have to have something. Rock. I have to have some leaves as well. I mean, not leaves, roots. Y'all know what I mean. Let's actually lower that back down to 10. You know, just something real simple. You know, that got me pretty good. That got me way better than any redeem has gotten me before. I was completely not expecting that. That is crazy work, dude. My goodness. I haven't jumped like that in a bit. It was so quiet and serene, too. My goodness. Ooh. I should add the roots now. You were mostly just curious on what kind of honk. Well, guess you got more than you bargained for. You literally got me to jump out of my seat. My goodness. Yeah. I guess. Man, I wish I had a cat. My parents have all the cats at the house, but I don't get to have my own. So I can't afford my own. Otherwise, I would totally have one. I love cats. Okay, how did these roots look? Oh! Okay. I was gonna take a look after I ended. Nice, dude. I like the makeup too. You kind of look like one of my friends I grew up with. Cool. It's looking good, dude. I see you're growing out some facial hair. I'm trying to get myself to grow some. I still can't. But looking good, dude. Nice. Heading to your first meeting? Just 10 minutes late is pretty bad, dude. Good luck. Hope you don't get in trouble for being so late. You're like 4'8", so the facial hair is the only thing that makes you look like an adult. Oh shoot, that's really short, dude. My cousin is like... How tall is my cousin? My cousin's like... My grandmother is 4'11", and I'm her height when I'm on my knees. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Congrats on your extra 2 inches. Hold on. My grandmother? Let me get on my... I guess it doesn't really... Oh, wait. I got something. Itches my brain. You know? I'll put it on the bed. Yeah. I gotta find some place to put it. But I'm all like, I can use that on stream or something. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's neat. Anywho, something I want to do is I want to on a separate layer above the rock, white out. I'm gonna have to what's it called? A good way to tell your height. The standard doorknob is about your shoulder height. Oh, okay. That is... that is really short. Hold on. Standard doorknob? Okay, I have a hard time. Maybe mine's not standard doorknob height. Where my hands are is where the doorknob was. For reference, my hip is right here. My hip bone's right here. That was like right here. Oh, am I? How tall is Zach? Because okay. I'm a little uncertain about my own height. I'm gonna be real. 6'4"? Okay, yeah. I'm a little uncertain about my height. The doctors... Okay, the reason why I'm uncertain is because the doctors always give me 2 numbers. It's always between 2 of them. They've never told me I'm 6'2", but they have told me I'm 6'3", and they have told me that I am 6'1". Now, I'm pretty sure I'm taller than 6'1", because I am taller than people who claim to be 6'1". You know? Oh, you always make the joke that being on... Fair enough, dude. That's crazy work, man. My goodness. Also, these roots are rooting so well. Haha. I'm pretty happy with how that is. Oh, really? I guess that would explain the height, so that makes sense. But that's crazy that your shoulder is like slightly lower than my hip. That's neat. Let me save this. Crazy. Actually, my parents, my mom is 5'4", and the sperm donor is 5'9". So, where'd my height come from? Ooh. Actually, so I normally say that I'm 6'3", because the doctors have told me that I'm 6'3". Sometimes they say I'm 6'1", but I am taller than people who are 6'1", you know? So I tend to go with the second number that they've given me. But the fact that they give me they've yet to give me 6'2", only 6'3" and 6'1". So I'm all like, am I actually just 6'2"? And I'm like, I don't want to be that guy who says that they're 6'3" and then they end up actually being an inch or two shorter. Because how embarrassing would that be? Oh my gosh. And so, something I'm considering doing is telling people that I am 5'11". I want to start telling people I'm 5'11". Or I'll start telling people that I'm 6 foot, you know? I guess the easier thing would be to say that I'm just 6'1", but I think it'd be funny for me to be like, yeah, I'm 5'11". Then I stand next to a person who's saying that they're 6'2", and I'm taller than them. You know? See, that's what I gotta do. Although, I'm gonna be real, I think I might have shrunk. Because I was, when I was at the store with my friend today, normally I'm like his height, maybe a little bit taller. But today I felt so short. Like, normally my nose height is about at his. I do sit a lot. I sit like most of the day, actually. Yeah, most of my time is spent sitting. You think I'm shrinking because of it? Ooh, that would not be good. Oh, let me actually go on to making some castle bits. I'm gonna unlock that. Gonna set this to about 25. Oop, wrong one. 25. This one, I'm going to... There we go. Now I'm going to just... You should probably hang upside down. I probably should, yeah. Because I'm like feeling extra short. Now I did stand next to a person who is 6 foot today in class. And I was wearing barefoot shoes, which, for context, let me actually grab them. They're shoes that have zero padding at all. Yeah. So these are barefoot shoes. Literally zero padding. And so it's supposed to help prevent plantar fasciitis, and I also have very wide feet. So, but that's like, what was I gonna say? They were wearing like running shoes, and those give you like an inch or two. And they said that they were 6 foot, and I was in my barefoot shoes, and I was about 2 inches, 1 or 2 inches taller than them. Your standard shoes are 2-inch platforms, and you have that go up to 8. Ooh. And you have some that go up to 8. Ooh. See, I want to get myself some platforms. You know. I still have to dress as Lady D. Oh my gosh. I gotta dress as Lady D. Also, what I'm doing now is I'm basically just going to be taking parts of the castle, and I am going to just redraw them separately a little bit nicer, and I will move that over to the current drawing. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can have puzzle pieces instead of having to redraw a full castle multiple times because I have to make multiple versions. I can just do this and then have them like puzzle pieces. That's what the professor suggested we do. I absolutely do not need platforms. Okay, maybe not, but if I want to dress up as Lady... I can't pronounce her name. Lady D. Lady Dimitru or whatever. I need platforms because she's 9 foot tall and I'm only 6 and some change, you know? I'd love to try some trad goth makeup. I think that'd be very neat. Very fun. I gotta, like, try out the Lady D makeup. I don't know. Oh, really neat. Okay. Here's one of them. I'm gonna call this Turret 1. Next, I guess I'll go with the wall. Oops. And I think I'm gonna take inspiration off of this one, specifically. So I will go ahead and... And then... let's go ahead, go up. Just a touch. Draw a straight line challenge. Zach will be home in an hour, so if you're still alive, you'll be hopping off around then. Okie dokie. I think realistically in an hour I should probably get to bed, since, you know, I do have class. 2 classes actually, which suck. I hate having 2 classes because they're each 3 hours long, and so that's 6 hours of sitting, and I'm like, ugh, I hate it. You know, be straight challenge. 99% will fail. I'd fail. Shit, I mean, the way my crush got me acting up, like, damn. Yeah, I'd be failing that shit. There we go. You thought I was straight jokes on me, I was actually a boy? I'm gonna be so real, I don't understand what you mean. I apologize, I don't understand. I'm gonna put some spikes on here. There we go. Wall 1. However, with this wall, what I will do is I will copy and paste it and mirror it. And then make them kish. Let me actually rotate it slightly. Combine it like that. Honestly, This in between line. Oh, you thought that you yourself were straight because you liked men, but you were just an egg. That's fair. That's fair. I get it now. That makes sense. Here, let me actually merge these. Merge down. Although, I don't think these pillars are a bad thing either. So I might actually leave that. I think it's a nice little detail for structure. You know? Oh, but I can always add that separately. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, that's fair. My younger sibling is straight as well. I mean, not straight. Definitely not straight. Oh my god. Ace as well. No, dude is not straight. Dude is zesty as hell. Trust me, you saw the non-straight. The non-straight. Who's the non-straight? There we are. Control S. Yeah, just save it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude is very, very fruity. Okay. So now I have these two parts. I might lower it slightly. I don't know, though. I can figure it out later. I think I'll probably end at 3, though, so in about 30 minutes. I just gotta find something else to... Ooh, I should... I guess, let's look at the tree itself. How can we incorporate buildings into this? Now, I'm thinking I can place them right here in this groove, you know? And then have like a spiral staircase coming down. I don't know. But I could do multiple different variations. I'm really happy with this tree, though. I think it turned out so nice. Here, let's... Yeah. Compared to what I started with, like... Very bright. Apologies for that. But, like, I think I did a good job combining some of the trees. Like... Because I didn't want to just do this. I wanted something kind of a little bit more mixed with this. And I think this is a really good blend of them. Like, specifically this one and this one. But also this one, because it has that little... It's a little more thin. I think V1, V2, and V4, I think combined to make this. Dude, I want a tattoo so bad. I want to get this entire arm, my left arm, I want to get a sleeve. I want it to, like, I just want to connect. I just want a bunch of art. Me and my little brother are supposed to actually, you know the Wii remote? How it has, like, the 4 lights? Me and him are supposed to get, like, our spots on it. Ooh, really? Dude, I think they're so cool. If I get a sleeve, I want it to have color, though. Like, I want to get a colored sleeve. I think that'd be really cool. I also think it'd be cool to get some UV reactive, ink. You're really close on your other arm? Nice. I say I only want one sleeve, but if we're being real, I'm pretty sure once I get one sleeve, I'll probably, you know. Yeah, really? How is it? How is it? How's it stood the test of time? Does it work? You know? Because I like the idea of getting color tattoos and then having extra on top of it. I also really... It's a cookie cat. Ooh, nice. Nice. Cool. What was I going to say? I forgot. Oh, I really want to get, like... You know those tattoos that kind of look like brush strokes? I think that would be so cool. I really want a brushstroke tattoo, and I think that one would look awesome in UV. The trick is getting an ink that glows under black light but isn't marketed to glow. See, that's exactly what I'm like wanting. One that just like glows, one that glows under a black light but isn't one that like glows, you know? Oh, I mean, you literally said that. They hold up the best. Normally browns and oranges glow. Oh, okay. Cool. I think it'd be so cool, you know? Like that would be very neat. I don't know. Anywho. Let me see. Uh-oh. Okay, well, seems like I banned the wrong account. Your jack-o'-lantern glows a little, but it's mostly yellow tones, so not so much. Okay. I love warm tones, dude. Like, I really fuck with warm tones. I gotta check something, though. Something that I noticed. Ah, well, I'll have to check it later. I think I banned the wrong account, though. Oh well. That being my ex. Layer 3, though. Because I put 1A, not 2. Ooh, that'd be cool to see. Dang, I'm like struggling to think of what to add. Because like, I want something that would fit the vibe, you know? But I think these ones do. But then some of these more expansive things, I'm a little more hesitant on. I guess I could draw the other turrets, though. You know, that wouldn't hurt to do. And I'm actually gonna be a little cheeky and do this. Make it easy on myself, you know? There we go. And then Yeah. You just got a victory royale? Nice. Wait, how long have I been live for? Oh, 3.5 hours. Oh, the system has done a lot of healing and is now down from 40 plus to 10 plus altars. Honestly, oh my gosh, that's amazing. Congratulations. And I can only imagine that that's a scary process, though. At least, I feel like it sounds like it'd be a scary process. I hope... Congratulations, but I hope y'all are well, you know? There we go. Got a lanky tower now. That makes sense. That makes sense. If y'all are happy, that's the most important thing. Also, ooh, should I put... Look at this tower. I think it looks pretty good. You feel like getting to start T helped a ton. I guess that makes sense. Actually being able to get your body to represent more so internally. Externally being able to represent a larger majority. The little tower? Do you mean this one? I can add that as well. I can have multiple turrets. I do have to have like a main building as well, though, I fear. Cool, I'll go ahead and add it. Let me just mark this down as turret 2. I'm like, should I add a few windows? Oh, shoot, I just realized. Last symmetry. I forgot to add this part. There we go. Okay. I do want to add... I don't think it really needs the windows, though. Like, this is an upper section. Maybe as the main building, it could be the lower middle. Lower middle? What do you mean? You mean like this part? Or like this one? I was kind of thinking this one. The second one. So this lower one? Yeah. Yeah, I could totally do that. Let me add the next turret, and then I will go on and do that. I am gonna grab the symmetry. Oop. This is what I get for procrastinating. I'm not going to be finished with it when I'm supposed to, but it shouldn't take me too much longer to like actually finish it outside of stream. And I guess I could technically go until I finish it, but I've been going for kind of a bit now, and I don't want to overdo it, you know? we go. No, yeah. I know that. I'm just like, since I have to drive a little bit tomorrow, I don't want to be overly tired. Especially since I have major driving anxiety. You know? I mean, I'm going like less than 2 miles. Oh, actually, no. To get there and back, it would probably be a little bit more than 3. But I'm not going a long distance. But it still scares me, you know? Probably. What kind of car do you... What kind of car? An 01 Civic and a lifted 1500. Okay. I'm gonna be so real. Don't know what either of those are, you know. But neat. Yeah, I don't know what either of those are. Here we are. I have to like redo these, but without it being angled, you know? Like I have to do them straight on. But how's that? Here, let me turn this off. So that way you can get an actual... Yeah! I think it turned out nice. And they're like so clean. Excuse me. Okay. I'll call that turret 3. And I'm not going to add any more turrets for the sake of simplicity. However, I will draw this lower part. I could actually do both of them, but I don't know. I could also just straight up draw this one. It's just smaller. This one's very simple. Yeah, I have been kind of like zoomed out. I mean zoomed in. But I like the idea of keeping them from like one specific castle, just for the sake of like unity. Although I will say, I did end up, this wall right here is from this one, so I guess I could mix and match. I just felt that the wall that it comes with was too simple, you know? Which, by the way, this one the picture I used as reference was a Minecraft build. It was a Minecraft build. The top right, it very much gives fantasy book for kids. Yeah! And it's also like symmetrical too, which was nice and handy. My only concern with mixing and matching is that they won't be the same size, you know? Since they're all different sizes. Who would have guessed? But, although, what I can do is, I can draw this bigger one and shrink it down and then redo it. Or actually, let me actually do this instead. Control C, Control V. Now with this layer, I'll bring it out over here and shrink it. Also, this music I'm fucking with. How's this person compare? Yeah. Here, I'll expand it slightly. Because I want it to be slightly taller than that. It doesn't quite match though, you know? But I'll keep it on the side, just in case. Meeting done? Nice! I'm probably gonna be going for another 12 minutes, I want to say. You think it could work because of the windows? I guess you're right, yeah. My biggest concern was that the doors, or the specifically the top part, doesn't match, you know? Yeah, they're very mismatched. There is also the fact that this castle has to be wooden. It can't be stone. Which, they could both be wooden. But I feel like this gives more wooden than this one does. Because of the softer, more intricate shapes than the squares. I don't know. What gives wooden? Oh, the castle is supposed to be wooden because it's supposed to be part of the tree. You know? I'm making a whole bunch of little puzzle pieces that I will combine together. And right now I'm on to the main building sort of section. Which I think I'll do two. I'll do like this one and this one. Is my thought. Yeah. But I'll probably also mess with it slightly. However, I am going to grab the Control 0. Let's grab this, place it right there, because I am going for symmetry. Okay. Now that I have this, that'll be stained glass later. Yeah. I hope, I really do hope that it fits with this, though. You know? Like, part of me wonders if I should try to add some more, like, Asian-inspired vibes, since we are kind of using a bonsai aesthetic. Although not fully bonsai, but, you know. How about I do this? And then I curve it. And then a straight down. Let's see. Oop. Sorry, I just bumped into the microphone. I'm trying to figure out how to get this to work and still give off curve. I guess I could just curve it. Here we like a good curve. Actually, I think for right here, I might try doing something more. More of like a wooden sort of vibe, you know? And then you know, let's turn the symmetry off. Let's actually turn it back on. Hmm. You know, just adding some more whimsy to it. To the door. Okay, now let's symmetry off. Like, what do we think of that? For the door? Honestly, this will be good for the stained glass. You think it looks great? Yay, I'm glad. Whew. Here, I missed this part. Oh, I forgot to turn symmetry back on. Use last. There we go. You know, just adding some more intricate details. And I should probably add the little guys on the sides. And there we go. Let's actually... Yeah, I totally... That turned out so good. Yeah, I'm glad. With Wooden Castle, your mind goes more towards Elven Stronghold than European Middle Age Fort. I totally agree. But the professor wants, Middle Age, medieval. He wants medieval, European medieval. So, I gotta do what the professor wants. Well, let's see what you caught. Hey, you got an orange mandarin fish. Ah, so be it. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I gotta follow along with what the professor wants. But... I am gonna save this. Yeah. I'm gonna put this down as main building. Okay, now I'm gonna do this. I'm going to turn this into a group. Castle pieces. I probably misspelled pieces. I think I did. Duplicate group. And I'm gonna put that into trees with castle. As we can see, it is a touch too big. So I'll go ahead and do this and shrink it down. And we'll figure it out. Hold on, let me... Oh, sorry about got it. Okay, cool. I do actually want to make this even smaller. And then I'm gonna actually duplicate the group. And I'll actually start off with the... Oh. Actually, let me lock these layers so they don't get in my way. I want to at least make one, you know? You absolutely do not want to cook when Zach gets home. You're getting DoorDash. I almost said do-dash. Nice. What are you thinking of getting? Oh, yeah. I mean, it was by Seribot, so don't worry. I didn't. They took care of it before I even noticed. No, you aren't. I would probably say that I'm a bad mod, but because like the people who I have modding abilities for, I literally haven't shown up in so long. Oh my gosh. And I feel so bad. Actually, this one might be a good one for the... I feel like the tree... These are still too big. Dang it. Let me actually zoom in. Because I'm like... I think these would look good along these parts, but I don't know. Dang it, no. Hold on, let me lock everything. So that way I can't move them. In the test lab, the humidifier is blasting mist in the room, but it's going all over people's tests. Oh, uh-oh. That's not good. Is there anything they can do about that? Okay, if I shrink this up, and then even skew it. Then I can attach this, like here. So someone turned the head away. Oh, okay. This can go more right here, or it can go even over here. Sorry, after I get these placed down, then I'll be all like, okay, I can call it, you know? Actually, the wall... Wait, where did the other wall go? All the way over here. Cool. The wall would be useful to put in this back area. Want to see some... yeah, I want to see some test results. Oh. Dang. Oof. Oh, yeah. I have not hydrated at all this entire stream. I don't know, that sound scratches my head. I really like it. Control C, Control V. You got 2 breakfast sandwiches, both sausage and egg. Yours, turkey sausage, because you're... Oh, okay. That sounds really good. Dude, I'm hungry now. Maybe I can make something before I go to sleep. I just think they're neat. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, something that might actually help is if white. I'm gonna do this, and then I'll probably go ahead and call it. I'll see if there's anyone I can raid. But let me just white it out a touch. This will also make it look much easier to see. The only person on your list is live. The only person on your list that is live is an actual rabbit. Oop. Yeah. I'll see. I don't think anyone I really know is gonna be live. But it doesn't hurt to check, you know? Like, there's no guarantee that I'll actually raid out, but I want to do, like, a quick little look. Although, where is that wall? Turret 3. Nope. Turret 2. Okay. Wall 1. That's unfortunate. Oh, really? Oh, you got an ad? Ew. I don't even get money from them. Like, why are they... I apologize for the ads. Unfortunately, I do not have the capacity to turn them off. Which really freaking sucks, because I don't want them. You know? Ooh, okay. Main building. But I want the wall. Okay. How does this little castle look? Oh. I didn't know that they had a premium. Or do you have Amazon Prime? Because that, I think, has the same effect. Also, how's this little castle configuration work? Oop, yeah. That would probably explain it. Ignore the random wall, you know. Let me actually move this back over. I'll do multiple. Only because you live in the middle of nowhere and Amazon takes 3 weeks minimum without Prime. That is very fair. You know what's crazy? This entire stream, I've been live on YouTube as well. Like, but the bitrate is not good on it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube. Since I'm back in my apartment, I'm able to. Anywho. It used to be, but it's not anymore. It hasn't been for like a year, I think. So, it's allowed now. I believe. Don't quote me. Hold on, I'm gonna put the chat right on the side. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Let me put it on my face. And let's go ahead and... I'm gonna go ahead and check. Oop. People always ask me. Stupid ads. Let me go on Twitch. Let me actually... Okay. Well... Oh, you can see this part right here where the screen kind of cuts off, but it's not all that noticeable. But yeah, you can actually kind of see my hair right now. Look at it, you can see my calic, like that line, because this hair is going backwards while this hair is going forwards. So it's forming like a very obvious like separation. And it doesn't do it as much on this side, but it does it still. Anywho. what I was gonna say. Oh, I don't know if I'm really gonna raid anyone. I'm gonna be real. Because no one I know is online, and I'm like, if I'm gonna raid out, it's gonna be towards someone I know. You know? Anywho, thank you all so much for being here. It is now 3:16 a.m. I need to get some sleep. Am I actually gonna sleep? Probably not. You know, knowing myself, I do not sleep very well. But, you know, we'll see next time I stream. Hopefully in less than a week. I'll probably be like continuing on this exact thing. I don't know. I do want to get back to doing some games. It's just homework kind of takes priority at the moment, and if I'm able to stream while doing homework, I mean, might as well. You know, it's a chance to actually get to talk to y'all, and it also actually keeps me focusing on the homework, because normally I can only work for like 15 minutes at a time normally, and I made way more progress by streaming this than I would have if I did it without. So, and it was nice to talk to y'all. It's been way too long. I apologize for the long break. You know, it was kind of hard to, yeah, shitty situation. Oh, connection issue. No. No. It's still going on my side though, but yeah. Only sound it is. I'm sorry, Fristy. I'm sorry. Well, I'm just ending it. Here, let me do a battle royale and then we can end the stream. Seems fine for you. Okay. Next stream might be more of this art as well, but we'll see. I do want to get back to games. It's on yours end for sure. Oh, dang. Okay. Well, then let me explain what's going on. Okay, so Aaron just attacked Ollie. You just attacked Stream Elements, who, oh my gosh, this is actually a lot to keep up with. There's barely any there. Okay, well, maybe once there's less. Fristy, you're at half health, but you just grabbed a health pack, so now you're higher than anyone else. And, oop, you just ran away from another health pack. But you did just kill Saribot, and then you just killed Aaron. Now it's just you and Batty left. But Batty picked up a health pack and is pretty much full health. Meanwhile, you are at a little bit less than half, but you are running towards the health pack. Now let's see if you actually go for it. Oh, you just turned around right before it. You know, you just decided against it. Yeah, you might be a little bit screwed. You're both really close. Batty's on like, oh my gosh. Y'all both had like 0 green left, but Fristy, you just won. Y'all were like going back and forth, completely ignoring the health packs. Just smacking each other. And you won, somehow. I'm gonna be so real, I thought Batty was gonna win. I was not expecting you to be the one to win. Also, my phone just vibrated. Ooh. Here, a little victory chime, and it just fell. I gotta find a spot for it. Rest in peace. Oh my gosh. I really like the little heart emote I made. It is so cute. I'm really happy with it. I gotta make more. Although I feel bad making the emotes, especially since I don't go live enough, you know? But that's why I'm glad that I can put some for free, and then those who aren't subscribed can still use them in stream, and then if you are subscribed, you still have access to them, but then you just have access outside of stream, and I'm all like, that's pretty neat. I'm pretty happy with that, because then that makes me feel less guilty for being so inactive, you know? Because I always feel bad when people subscribe to be able to use those emotes, and then I disappear for like 3 months. It's fine. Yeah, I know, but I still feel bad about it. Granted, this last time, I had an actual reason to kind of disappear. You know, kind of was in a not good relationship and was not doing well for a solid 3 months. But I'm finally caught up on school, or sort of caught up, you know. I'm a little behind, but you know, not a terrible amount, you know? Like I could be much worse off. I'm mostly caught up now. And I'm out of the toxic relationship. I actually have free time now. So yeah, I hope to stream more again. I really enjoyed this. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm gonna be so real. I did not expect anyone to be here tonight. Like, I was expecting it to just be me, like just working on my schoolwork, talking to myself, you know? So thank you all so much for being here. It really does mean the world to me. Y'all are amazing. And, hopefully I'll see y'all next time. Bye. The ending screen doesn't have anything. Okay, well, that's awkward. Anyway, I'll just end the stream now. Alright, bye!